They couldn't walk, couldn't speak, couldn't even close their own mouths. These weren't peasants or prisoners. They were kings, the most powerful people on earth, reduced to drooling, twitching shadows because their parents were related. What you're about to hear will make your skin crawl. Royal families didn't just marry their cousins. They married their uncles, their nieces, even their siblings, and the results? Before we begin this journey through the gilded halls of genetic disaster, take a moment to subscribe to our channel. We explore the darkest corners of history, the strangest tales of royalty, and the unbelievable true stories that shaped our world. And while you're here, leave a comment below. Tell us where you're watching from and what time it is right now. We love hearing from our global audience. The Spanish Habsburgs weren't just a dynasty. They were a biological experiment conducted over 200 years, and the results were catastrophic. At the center of this disaster sat one man, or rather, one barely functional human being, whose very existence proved that you cannot cheat genetics, no matter how many crowns you wear. His name was Charles II of Spain, and history would remember him as El Hechizado, the bewitched. But there was no witchcraft involved in his condition, just mathematics, repetition, and an aristocratic obsession with keeping outsiders away from the throne. Charles was born in November 1661 in Madrid, and from the moment he entered the world, it was clear something had gone terribly wrong. The midwives noticed it first. His head was misshapen, enlarged in ways that suggested fluid where there should have been bone. His tongue was grotesquely oversized, filling his mouth so completely that he couldn't close it properly, and his jaw, that infamous Habsburg jaw, protruded so far forward that his upper and lower teeth never met. Imagine trying to eat when your teeth don't align. Imagine trying to speak when your tongue won't fit in your mouth. This was the life of the King of Spain, one of the most powerful empires on earth. But Charles's problems went far deeper than his appearance. He couldn't speak until he was 4 years old, and even then his speech was slurred, difficult to understand, often reduced to grunts and incomplete sounds. Walking proved even more challenging. Most children take their first steps around their first birthday. Charles didn't walk until he was 8 years old, and even then he required constant support. His legs simply couldn't bear his weight properly. His bones were soft, his muscles weak, and his balance so poor that he stumbled and fell constantly throughout his life. The court doctors were baffled. They had no framework for understanding what they were seeing. Medical science in the 17th century had no concept of genetics, no understanding of chromosomes or recessive genes. So they did what people always do when faced with inexplicable suffering. They looked for supernatural explanations. Priests were called in to perform exorcisms. Holy water was splashed liberally. Saints were invoked. Prayers were said around the clock. Some believed Charles had been cursed by witches, that dark magic had infected the royal bloodline. Others thought it was divine punishment for Spain's sins. Nobody considered that the real curse had been written in Charles's DNA before he was even born. Let's talk about that DNA, because Charles's family tree was less of a tree and more of a tightly wound knot. His parents were Philip IV of Spain and Mariana of Austria. That sounds straightforward enough until you realize that Philip and Mariana were uncle and niece. Philip was Mariana's father's brother, making their marriage not just a political alliance, but a textbook case of genetic roulette with loaded dice. But the incest didn't start with them. It went back generations, each marriage bringing more and more shared ancestors into the mix. Charles's great-great-grandparents appeared multiple times on both sides of his family tree. In a healthy lineage, you have 2 parents, 4 grandparents, 8 great-grandparents, and so on, each generation doubling. Charles's family tree collapsed in on itself. Some of his ancestors appeared in his lineage not just twice, but 4, 6, even 8 times. Mathematically speaking, Charles was more inbred than if his parents had been brother and sister. His inbreeding coefficient, a measurement of genetic similarity, was higher than what you'd expect from direct sibling incest. The Habsburgs had achieved something remarkable in the worst possible way. They had created a human being whose genes were so similar, so repetitive, that his body simply couldn't function properly. The physical toll was obvious to anyone who saw him. Court paintings from the era, despite the artist's best efforts to flatter their subject, show a young man who looked decades older than his years. His skin was pale and waxy, his eyes were dull and unfocused. His frame was thin and weak, his posture hunched. He suffered from constant fevers that would spike without warning, leaving him bedridden for days or weeks at a time. He had seizures, violent convulsions that terrified the court and left Charles exhausted and confused. His digestive system barely functioned. Food would sit in his stomach for hours, fermenting, causing bloating and pain. He vomited frequently. He suffered from chronic diarrhea. His body was, in essence, slowly falling apart from the inside. Modern medical analysis conducted by researchers examining historical records and genetic data suggests that Charles suffered from at least 2 serious genetic disorders. The first was combined pituitary hormone deficiency, a condition where the pituitary gland fails to produce the hormones necessary for normal growth and development. This would explain his short stature, his inability to develop sexually, his weak muscles, and many of his digestive problems. The second condition was distal renal tubular acidosis, a kidney disorder that prevents the body from properly regulating its acid levels. This leads to weak bones, kidney stones, blood in the urine, and in severe cases, rickets. Charles displayed symptoms of both conditions, and both are associated with consanguinity, with the pairing of parents who share too much genetic material. But perhaps the most tragic aspect of Charles's condition was his complete inability to fulfill the one duty expected of any monarch, producing an heir. Charles was, by all accounts, impotent. His first wife, Marie-Louise of Orléans, endured 10 years of marriage without conceiving a single child. The court desperately wanted to believe it was her fault, that she was barren, that she was cursed. But when Marie-Louise died, possibly from the stress of her impossible situation, Charles married again. His second wife, Maria Anna of Neuburg, was known for her robust health and came from a famously fertile family. Surely she would succeed where Marie-Louise had failed. She did not. Another marriage, another decade, and still no children. The problem was clearly not with the wives. The Spanish court refused to accept reality. They commissioned medical examinations, though what the doctors examined or concluded remains mercifully vague in the historical records. They called in experts from across Europe, physicians who claimed to understand the mysteries of human reproduction. They prescribed bizarre treatments, special diets, herbal concoctions, amulets meant to boost virility. Nothing worked because nothing could work. Charles's body was too damaged, too compromised by generations of genetic repetition to create new life. In desperation, the court turned back to supernatural explanations. If medicine couldn't help the king, perhaps magic could. Or rather, if magic was what had cursed him, perhaps the right kind of spiritual intervention could break that curse. Exorcisms were performed repeatedly throughout Charles's adult life. Priests would gather around his bed, chanting prayers, sprinkling holy water, commanding demons to flee his body. These sessions could last for hours, leaving Charles trembling and exhausted. During one particularly intensive exorcism, the priests claimed to have extracted a curse from Charles's body in the form of a small packet hidden in his mattress. This packet supposedly contained nails, hair, and other items associated with witchcraft. Whether it was genuinely found or planted by priests eager to demonstrate their effectiveness remains unknown. Meanwhile, the practical business of governing Spain fell to others. Charles attended official ceremonies when his health allowed, sitting on his throne in elaborate robes that hid his trembling hands and weak frame. But he made no real decisions. He signed documents that others placed before him. He nodded at proposals he likely didn't fully understand. Spain, once the terror of Europe, the empire where the sun never set, was being run by committees and councils, while their king drooled in the corner. The other powers of Europe watched with barely concealed glee as Spain's influence crumbled. Without a strong monarch, without clear succession, the Spanish Empire began to fracture. Charles died in November 1700, just 1 month before his 39th birthday. By the standards of the time, and especially considering his condition, he had lived a surprisingly long life. The autopsy report, preserved in Spanish archives, reads like a horror story. According to the physicians who examined his body, Charles's heart was the size of a peppercorn. Shriveled and barely functional, his lungs were corroded, filled with lesions and decay. His intestines were gangrenous, rotting even before his death. His brain was full of fluid, the same hydrocephalus that had misshapen his skull from birth. He had a single testicle, described as black as coal in the report. Another indicator of the severe developmental problems that had plagued him from conception. Most tellingly, the doctors reported that his body contained almost no blood, a detail that might be exaggerated but speaks to the profound physical weakness that defined his entire existence. With Charles' death, the Spanish Habsburg line ended. There were no children, no direct heirs, no obvious successors. His will named Philip of Anjou, a French Bourbon and Charles's grandnephew, as his successor. This decision would trigger the War of the Spanish Succession, a conflict that engulfed Europe for over a decade and redrew the map of the continent. Hundreds of thousands died in battles fought across Spain, Italy, Germany, and the Low Countries, all because a dynasty so obsessed with purity had bred itself into extinction. But Charles was not the beginning of this story. To understand how the Habsburgs created their genetic nightmare, we need to go back further, to the very practices that made Charles inevitable. We need to understand why these families, these incredibly powerful and wealthy families, made the choices they did. And to do that, we need to meet the man who set the pattern, who established the tradition that would eventually produce Charles II. His name was Philip IV, and he was Charles's father. Philip IV became King of Spain in 1621, inheriting an empire that stretched across 4 continents. Spain controlled vast territories in the Americas, significant portions of Italy, the Netherlands, parts of Asia through the Philippines, and of course the Iberian Peninsula itself. It was, on paper, the greatest empire since Rome. But it was also an empire in decline. Beset by wars, bankruptcies, and rebellions, Philip inherited problems that would have challenged the most capable ruler. Unfortunately, Philip was more interested in maintaining tradition than solving problems. Philip married 4 times in his life, a detail that might suggest he was seeking genetic diversity, trying to bring new blood into the family line, but that would be giving him too much credit. His first wife, Elizabeth of France, was actually one of his more distant relatives, and they produced a son who survived to adulthood. But when Elizabeth died young, Philip had a choice. He could marry someone new, someone unrelated, someone who might bring fresh genes into the Habsburg line. Instead, he married his niece. Anna of Austria was the daughter of Philip's sister Maria and the Holy Roman Emperor Ferdinand III. She was 21 years old when she married her uncle, who was 50. The age gap was significant, but in royal circles, May-December marriages were common. What was less common, though still not rare among the Habsburgs, was the direct uncle-niece pairing. This wasn't cousins marrying, which at least provided some genetic separation. This was a man marrying his brother's daughter, uniting bloodlines that had only recently separated. Anna was described by contemporaries as quiet, pious, and obedient, all traits the Spanish court valued in their queens. She was also physically delicate, showing the early signs of Habsburg inbreeding in her narrow face, her protruding jaw, and her generally fragile health. But she was young and presumably fertile, and Philip needed a male heir. His son from his first marriage had died, leaving the succession uncertain, so Anna's primary function was clear: produce a son secure the dynasty, and don't cause trouble. She bore Philip 5 children in rapid succession. 4 of them survived infancy, which was actually better than average for royal births of the era. But survival is not the same as thriving. The most important of these children was the one born in 1657, a girl named Margarita Theresa. She would later marry her uncle Leopold I of Austria, continuing the Habsburg tradition of marrying close relatives. But Anna's greatest contribution to the dynasty, if we can call it that, was her last child, born in 1661, just months before her death. That child was Charles. Anna didn't live to see what her son would become. She died at age 30, probably from complications related to childbirth, her body simply worn out from repeated pregnancies and the general strain of life in the Spanish court. Philip mourned appropriately, commissioned the usual masses for her soul, and continued ruling. He died 4 years later, leaving his kingdom to a child who could barely speak or stand. The regency fell to Charles's mother. Charles's mother was dead. The regency fell to Mariana of Austria, Philip's 4th wife, who was also Charles's mother. I apologize for the confusion, but when discussing the Habsburgs, keeping track of who married whom and who was related to whom becomes genuinely difficult, because the same names appear repeatedly across generations. Let me clarify. Philip IV had several wives, but the one who mattered most for our story was his 4th wife, Mariana of Austria. She was his niece, the daughter of his sister, and she was Charles's mother. After Philip died in 1665, Mariana became regent for her young son, a position she would hold for 10 years while Charles slowly, painfully grew from a speechless child into a speechless teenager. Mariana herself embodied the Habsburg problem. She was the product of generations of cousin marriages, and she brought those compromised genes to her union with Philip. Her family tree looped back on itself just as thoroughly as Philip's did. When she married her uncle, she wasn't introducing new genetic material into the Spanish line. She was concentrating what was already there, doubling down on genes that had been circulating within the same families for centuries. And the result of that concentration was Charles, a boy so damaged that he needed help to perform basic bodily functions. To understand just how bad the Habsburg inbreeding had become, we need to step back and look at the family as a whole. The Habsburgs had been one of Europe's most powerful families since the Middle Ages. They had provided Holy Roman Emperors, kings of Spain, archduchesses and archdukes scattered across Central Europe. They achieved this power through strategic marriages, linking their family to every other major royal house. But over time, strategic marriages became comfortable marriages, which became convenient marriages, which finally became incestuous marriages. The Habsburg jaw became their trademark, as recognizable as their coat of arms. Medically known as mandibular prognathism, this condition involves the lower jaw growing significantly larger than the upper jaw, causing the lower teeth and lip to protrude. In mild cases, it's merely distinctive. In severe cases, like Charles's, it makes eating and speaking extremely difficult. The condition is caused by recessive genes, meaning both parents need to carry the gene for it to manifest strongly in their children. And when your parents are uncle and niece, the odds of both carrying the same recessive genes increase dramatically. But the jaw was just the most visible problem. Researchers studying Habsburg genealogy and medical records have identified numerous other issues that plagued the family. There was a high rate of infant mortality, with roughly half of all Habsburg children dying before age 10. This is significantly higher than the general population of the same era, even accounting for the general population of the same century medicine. There were high rates of infertility, with many Habsburg marriages producing no children or only 1 or 2. There were developmental delays, learning difficulties, and various physical deformities that court painters worked hard to minimize in official portraits. The Austrian branch of the Habsburg family, while not quite as severely affected as the Spanish branch, still showed clear signs of genetic problems. Leopold I, who ruled as Holy Roman Emperor, married his niece Margaret Teresa of Spain. She was the daughter of Philip IV and the sister of Charles II, making Leopold's marriage another textbook example of dangerous consanguinity. Margaret Teresa bore several children, most of whom died young. She herself died at age 21, possibly from tuberculosis, possibly from the general strain of being born into a body that was already genetically compromised. Leopold then married another close relative, his first cousin, Claudia Felicitas of Austria. Again, children were born, and children died. Claudia herself died young. For his third marriage, Leopold finally married someone more distantly related, Eleanor Magdalene of Neuburg, and this marriage produced healthier offspring who actually survived to adulthood. It's almost as if marrying outside the immediate family circle helped, but by that point the damage was done. The genes were already corrupted, already circulating through the family like poison. Moving back in time, we encounter Ferdinand I of Austria, who provides another striking example of what happens when royal bloodlines become too concentrated. Born in 1793, Ferdinand was the product of a marriage between first cousins. His parents, Emperor Francis II and Maria Theresa of Naples and Sicily, shared all four grandparents, making them not just cousins but double first cousins. This means Ferdinand's parents were as genetically similar as half-siblings, and Ferdinand inherited the consequences. From birth, Ferdinand showed signs of serious problems. He had hydrocephalus, an abnormal accumulation of fluid in the brain that caused his skull to be visibly enlarged. He suffered from epilepsy, experiencing regular seizures that could strike at any time. His speech was severely impaired, slurred, and difficult to understand. His motor skills were compromised, making simple physical tasks challenging. His mental development was delayed, leaving him with what contemporaries politely called limited intellectual capacity. Despite all this, Ferdinand was crowned Emperor of Austria in 1835 at age 42. This wasn't because the Habsburg family had suddenly developed a sense of humor about succession. It was because he was the legitimate heir, and legitimacy mattered more than competency. The empire couldn't simply pass over the rightful heir just because he was disabled. So, they crowned him and then worked around him. Ferdinand's actual role in governing was minimal. He attended ceremonies, sitting on his throne in elaborate robes while others made the real decisions. His signature appeared on documents, but he almost certainly didn't read or understand most of them. Prince Metternich, the powerful Austrian minister, essentially ran the empire while Ferdinand wore the crown. It was a system that worked well enough in peaceful times, but when revolutions swept across Europe in 1848, Ferdinand's inability to lead became a serious problem. During the revolutions of 1848, as riots broke out in Vienna and reformers demanded constitutional changes, someone actually had to make decisions. Ferdinand, unable to grasp the complexity of the situation, allegedly kept asking why he should resign when he was the emperor. The question had a certain childlike logic to it, but it showed how completely disconnected he was from political reality. His advisors eventually convinced him to abdicate in favor of his nephew Franz Joseph, who would go on to rule Austria for the next 68 years. Ferdinand spent the rest of his life in quiet retirement at Prague Castle, tending his gardens and living out his days in relative peace. He died in 1875, having outlived most of his doctor's predictions. Ferdinand's story demonstrates something important about royal inbreeding. The genetic problems didn't always kill quickly. Sometimes they produced people who were profoundly disabled, but still managed to survive into old age. These weren't dramatic, early deaths like infant mortality. These were slow, grinding examples of genetic damage. People whose entire lives were defined by limitations that were literally bred into them from before conception. But if we want to understand where the Habsburg obsession with family purity began, we need to look at earlier generations, at the monarchs who established these patterns. Philip II of Spain, who ruled from 1556 to 1598, provides an excellent case study in how political marriages gradually became genetic disasters. Philip II married 4 times during his reign, each marriage carefully calculated to bring political advantage. His first wife, Maria of Portugal, was his first cousin. Not particularly close by Habsburg standards, but still within the family circle. They had a son, Don Carlos, whose story we'll return to shortly. When Maria died young, Philip married Mary I of England, also known as Bloody Mary. This was purely political, an attempt to cement Catholic power in England and create an alliance between the 2 greatest Catholic powers in Europe. The marriage produced no children and ended with Mary's death. Philip's third wife, Elizabeth of Valois, was French, not a Habsburg, and their marriage produced 2 daughters who survived to adulthood. This was actually Philip's most genetically successful marriage, precisely because Elizabeth brought new blood into the family. But when Elizabeth died young, Philip made the fateful decision that would set the tone for future generations. He married his niece, Anna of Austria. Anna was the daughter of Philip's sister and the Holy Roman Emperor. She was 21 when she married her 50-year-old uncle. The marriage was controversial even by the standards of the time, not because of the age gap, which was common, but because of the direct uncle-niece pairing. This level of consanguinity was unusual even among royalty, pushing against the boundaries of what the Catholic Church officially permitted. But the Habsburgs had enough power and wealth to secure the necessary dispensations, and the marriage went forward. Anna gave Philip several children, including the future Philip III, and several daughters, but the genetic damage was beginning to show. The children were increasingly frail, prone to illness, and slower to develop. The famous Habsburg jaw was becoming more pronounced with each generation, and the pattern was set. From this point forward, Habsburg marriages would increasingly turn inward, choosing family members over outsiders, prioritizing bloodline purity over genetic health. Philip II also gave us Don Carlos, one of the most tragic figures in Spanish royal history, and a clear early warning of what inbreeding would eventually produce. Don Carlos was born in 1545 to Philip and his first wife, Maria of Portugal, who were first cousins. From early childhood, Don Carlos showed signs of serious problems. He had one leg shorter than the other, causing him to walk with a pronounced limp. His spine was curved, giving him a hunched appearance. His head seemed slightly too large for his body, suggesting possible hydrocephalus. But the physical problems were less concerning than the behavioral ones. Don Carlos was violent, unpredictable, and possibly mentally ill. As a child, he tortured animals, a behavior that alarmed his tutors but was dismissed as boyish exuberance. As a teenager, he assaulted servants, sometimes severely. There are accounts of him throwing a servant downstairs, attempting to force a shoemaker to eat a poorly made pair of boots, and trying to throw a page out of a window. His temper was explosive and his judgment non-existent. Some historians have tried to rehabilitate Don Carlos's reputation, suggesting that later accounts exaggerated his problems for political reasons, but even the most sympathetic readings acknowledge that he was unstable, possibly suffering from what we would now recognize as severe mental illness. His behavior became so erratic that Philip II eventually had him arrested and confined to his quarters. Don Carlos died 6 months later at age 23. Either from self-starvation or from an illness that his already fragile body couldn't fight off. The tragedy of Don Carlos wasn't just personal, it was dynastic. He was Philip's only male heir for years, the future of the Spanish Habsburg line. His disability, his madness, his inability to function as a future king, all of it threatened the stability of the empire. Philip eventually had other sons who could inherit, but Don Carlos stood as a warning that the family hadn't heeded. He showed what happens when cousins marry and produce children whose genes are too similar. too concentrated. His violent instability foreshadowed the complete collapse that would come with Charles II over a century later. The Habsburg jaw deserves special attention because it became almost synonymous with the family. In countless paintings spanning 2 centuries, you can see it growing more pronounced with each generation. Early Habsburg portraits show members with strong chins and normal jaw alignment. By the 16th century, the lower jaw began to protrude slightly in many family members. By the 17th century, in paintings of Philip IV and his children, the jaw dominates their faces, making them look almost alien. Recent scientific studies have actually measured the degree of mandibular prognathism in Habsburg portraits, creating a scale of severity. Researchers examined paintings of Habsburg family members across generations, measuring the angle of jaw protrusion and correlating it with known genetic relationships. What they found was striking and depressing. The more inbred an individual was, the more severe their jaw deformity. There was a direct statistical correlation between a person's inbreeding coefficient and the prominence of their Habsburg jaw. Charles II, with the highest inbreeding coefficient of any Habsburg, had the most severe jaw. In his portraits, even though the artists were clearly trying to flatter him, you can see how his lower jaw extends forward, how his mouth hangs open, how his entire lower face seems disconnected from the upper portion. This wasn't just cosmetic. It was a functional disability caused by generations of genetic repetition. But physical deformities tell only part of the story. What made the Habsburgs' genetic disaster truly catastrophic was that it affected every aspect of their lives, including the most important function of any royal family, reproduction. High infant mortality meant that even when Habsburg couples had children, many died within the first year. Of those who survived infancy, many died before reaching adulthood from various illnesses and conditions that healthy bodies might have survived. Of those who reached adulthood, many were infertile or had such reduced fertility that producing heirs became difficult or impossible. Look at the numbers from 1527 when Philip II was born to 1661 when Charles II was born. The Spanish royal families had 34 children. 10 of them, almost 30%, died before age 1. 17, exactly half, died before age 10. These figures are significantly higher than infant mortality rates in contemporary Spanish villages, even accounting for generally poor 17th century medicine and nutrition. Royal children, who had access to the best food, the best shelter, and the best medical care available, were dying at higher rates than peasant children. The only explanation is genetics. The Austrian Habsburgs fared slightly better, but still showed elevated rates of infant mortality and childhood death. The difference wasn't huge, but it was enough to allow the Austrian line to survive longer than the Spanish line. The Spanish Habsburgs put themselves into an impossible situation. They needed male heirs to continue the dynasty, but their genetic damage made producing healthy male heirs increasingly unlikely. Each generation that did produce a surviving male heir passed along genes that were more and more compromised, more and more concentrated, until finally the line produced Charles II, who couldn't produce any heirs at all. The great irony is that the Habsburgs chose this fate. They weren't victims of plague or war or some natural disaster. They made conscious decisions, generation after generation, to marry within their family circle. They chose political convenience over genetic health. They chose bloodline purity over their children's well-being. They chose the short-term benefit of keeping power within the family over the long-term survival of the family itself, and they paid the price in suffering children, dead infants, disabled monarchs, and ultimately the complete extinction of their male line. When Charles II died childless in 1700, he was the last male Habsburg ruler of Spain. The dynasty that had dominated European politics for nearly 2 centuries ended not with a bang, but with a pathetic whimper, with a king who could barely feed himself dying at age 38 without leaving a single heir. The empire they had built through strategic marriages now fragmented because those same marriages had destroyed their ability to produce successors. The War of the Spanish Succession that followed Charles's death killed hundreds of thousands of people. Cities were besieged, armies clashed across Europe, and ordinary people died in droves, all because a royal family had been too proud, too obsessed with purity, to marry outside their narrow circle. The genetic disaster of the Habsburgs had political consequences that echoed across the continent and changed the course of history. This is what happens when blood becomes too pure, when family trees stop branching and start looping. The Habsburgs thought they were preserving something precious by keeping their bloodline concentrated. Instead, they were poisoning it, loading each generation with more genetic problems, until the whole structure collapsed under its own weight. Charles II wasn't an aberration or an unfortunate accident. He was the inevitable result of 2 centuries of systematic inbreeding, the final proof that you cannot cheat biology, no matter how many crowns you wear or how much power you wield. The physical deformities were horrifying enough, but they were at least visible. You could see the Habsburg jaw, measure the curved spine, and document the club foot. What happened inside the minds of inbred royals was far more terrifying, precisely because it remained hidden until it erupted in violence, paranoia, or complete psychological collapse. While their bodies twisted and failed, their minds fractured in ways that turned palaces into asylums and thrones into cages. This is the story of how genetic damage doesn't just deform the body, it shatters the mind. Mental illness in royal families was an open secret that everyone acknowledged, but nobody wanted to discuss. Mad kings and unstable queens were explained away as eccentric, temperamental, or divinely touched. Court physicians invented creative diagnoses to avoid saying what everyone could see. That generations of cousin marriages had produced monarchs who were genuinely, dangerously insane. Some heard voices that weren't there. Others fell into depressions so deep they couldn't leave their beds for months. A few became violent, lashing out at servants and family members with terrifying unpredictability. And all of them, every single one, carried in their blood the accumulated genetic damage of ancestors who had married far too closely for far too long. Let's begin with a woman whose very name became synonymous with madness. Joanna of Castile, known to history as Joanna la Loca, Joanna the Mad, was born in 1479 to Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile. These were the Catholic monarchs who unified Spain, funded Columbus, and established the Spanish Inquisition. They were also second cousins, which by Habsburg standards was practically progressive. Their level of genetic relation wasn't extreme, but it laid the groundwork for what would come later. Joanna herself would contribute to the genetic disaster by marrying into the Habsburg family and producing children who carried the concentrated bloodlines of both dynasties. From childhood, Joanna was described as intelligent, well-educated, and politically astute. She spoke multiple languages, studied theology and philosophy, and showed every sign of being a capable future ruler. But she also displayed what her tutors called excessive emotionality, mood swings that seemed out of proportion to their triggers. These early signs were dismissed as typical feminine hysteria, a convenient diagnosis that explained away any behavior that made men uncomfortable. Nobody considered that Joanna might be showing early symptoms of a mental illness that would only worsen as she aged. At 16, Joanna was married to Philip of Burgundy, who was called Philip the Handsome for his striking good looks. He was a Habsburg, of course, making him both a strategic political match and yet another instance of concentrated bloodlines. The marriage was meant to cement an alliance between Spain and the Habsburg domains in the Low Countries. What it actually created was a psychological nightmare for Joanna, and a cautionary tale about what happens when you marry someone with both Habsburg genes and a wandering eye. Philip and Joanna's marriage started intensely. Contemporary accounts suggest genuine passion, at least on Joanna's side. She fell deeply in love with her handsome husband, perhaps too deeply. Her feelings for him became obsessive, consuming, all-encompassing in ways that alarmed observers. When Philip began his inevitable affairs with other women, as royal men of the era routinely did, Joanna didn't respond with dignified silence or strategic manipulation. She exploded. She confronted her husband's mistresses directly, screaming at them in public, threatening them, at one point allegedly attacking one woman with scissors and cutting off her hair. These weren't the calculated political moves of a clever queen managing her husband's infidelities. These were the uncontrolled outbursts of someone losing their grip on reality. Joanna refused to eat for days at a time. She stopped sleeping, pacing the palace halls at night. She became paranoid, convinced that everyone around her was plotting with Philip against her. She locked herself in rooms for hours, refusing to see anyone. The court began whispering that something was seriously wrong with the queen, but her mother, Isabella of Castile, was still alive and still powerful. As long as Isabella lived, Joanna had protection. Then 2 catastrophic events occurred in rapid succession. In November 1504, Isabella died, making Joanna the heir to Castile. And in September 1506, Philip died suddenly at age 28, possibly from typhoid, possibly from poison, possibly from simple bad luck. For Joanna, already psychologically fragile, Philip's death was the breaking point. What happened next became one of the most disturbing episodes in royal history. Joanna refused to allow Philip's body to be buried. She had his coffin remain with her constantly, traveling with it as she moved from place to place across Spain. She would open the coffin periodically to look at Philip's decomposing body, as if checking that he was still there. Some accounts claim she would speak to the corpse, having one-sided conversations with her dead husband. She allegedly took the coffin on midnight processions through the countryside, a macabre caravan of torches and monks following a queen who was clearly no longer in touch with reality. Whether all these stories are completely accurate is debatable. Some details were likely exaggerated by political enemies who wanted to discredit Joanna and justify removing her from power. But even allowing for exaggeration, the core truth remains. Joanna's grief transformed into something pathological, something that went far beyond normal mourning into genuine mental illness. Her behavior became so erratic, so divorced from rational thought, that her father Ferdinand saw an opportunity. Ferdinand had Joanna declared unfit to rule and placed under custody at the convent of Tordesillas. This wasn't a gentle retirement or protective care. This was imprisonment. Joanna spent the next 46 years confined to that convent, her world reduced to a few rooms, her freedom completely gone. She was allowed almost no visitors, minimal contact with the outside world, and virtually no information about her children or the kingdoms she should have ruled. Her daughter, who became the powerful Empress Catherine, kept her imprisoned, fearing that releasing Joanna would destabilize the carefully constructed political order. The conditions of Joanna's confinement were harsh. The rooms were cold and drafty. Her clothes were often unwashed and torn. She was fed irregularly and sometimes denied proper medical care. Visitors who managed to see her reported that she had periods of lucidity where she seemed almost normal, followed by episodes where she was confused, agitated, or completely withdrawn. She would sometimes refuse to change her clothes for weeks. Other times, she wouldn't speak for days on end. Her mental state deteriorated slowly over the decades, ground down by isolation and confinement, until the intelligent young princess became a broken old woman who barely remembered who she was. Joanna finally died in 1555 at age 75, having spent the majority of her life locked away. She outlived most of the people who had imprisoned her, but she never regained her freedom. Her son, Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor and one of the most powerful men in Europe, barely visited her. He treated her imprisonment as unfortunate but necessary, another political problem to be managed. After her death, history remembered her primarily as mad, crazy Joanna, the queen who lost her mind. What history often forgot was that her madness might have been at least partially caused by the same genetic factors that would later produce Charles II. Her parents were cousins. Her husband was a Habsburg. Her children inherited genes from both sides that were already starting to show damage. Skip forward 3 centuries and across northern Europe to Bavaria, where another branch of European royalty was conducting its own genetic experiment with similarly disastrous results. The Wittelsbach dynasty of Bavaria didn't have the same level of systematic inbreeding as the Habsburgs, but they had enough cousin marriages and genetic concentration to produce their own share of mental illness. The most famous example was Ludwig II, known as Mad King Ludwig or the Fairy Tale King, depending on who was telling the story. Ludwig was born in August 1845 to Maximilian II of Bavaria and Marie of Prussia. His parents were not as closely related as many royal couples, but they still shared common ancestors going back several generations. The Wittelsbachs, like most European royal families, had spent centuries marrying within a relatively small pool of eligible partners. By Ludwig's time, the genetic damage was starting to show, not necessarily in physical deformities, but in increasingly unstable personalities and fragile mental health. From childhood, Ludwig was described as sensitive, artistic, and dreamy. He loved poetry, music, and theater, with an intensity that worried his practical-minded father. While other princes learned military tactics and statecraft, Ludwig memorized opera librettos and sketched elaborate fantasy castles. His tutors noted that he seemed to live more in his imagination than in reality, a trait that would only intensify as he grew older. But there's a difference between artistic temperament and mental illness, and Ludwig would eventually cross that line thoroughly and irreversibly. Ludwig became king in 1864 at age 18 when his father died unexpectedly. Suddenly, this dreamy, artistic teenager was responsible for governing Bavaria during one of the most turbulent periods in German history. Prussia was rising to dominance under Otto von Bismarck, and Bavaria was caught between maintaining its independence and being absorbed into a unified Germany. So these were not problems that could be solved by memorizing Wagner operas. Yet that was essentially Ludwig's approach to governance. He increasingly withdrew from state duties, preferring to spend his time on elaborate artistic projects. He became obsessed with the composer Richard Wagner, pouring enormous sums of money into supporting Wagner's work in building theaters for his performances. When critics complained about the expense, Ludwig simply ignored them. When his ministers tried to limit his spending, he circumvented them. He was the king, and he would do as he pleased. Reality be damned. Ludwig commissioned the construction of 3 extravagant palaces, Neuschwanstein, Linderhof, and Herrenchiemsee. These weren't practical royal residences, they were fantasy realizations, physical manifestations of Ludwig's increasingly disconnected mental state. Neuschwanstein was designed to look like something from a medieval legend, all towers and turrets rising from a mountain peak. Herrenchiemsee was a direct copy of Versailles, built because Ludwig identified with Louis XIV of France and believed he was somehow spiritually descended from the French king. He would dress up in period costume and have himself driven in sleighs through the night, pretending to be the Sun King. These behaviors moved beyond eccentricity into genuine delusion. Ludwig began avoiding all human contact during daylight hours, conducting state business only at night. He would eat elaborate dinners alone, sometimes setting places for imaginary guests and having servants serve empty chairs. He talked to paintings and statues as if they were real people. He became paranoid, convinced that his ministers were plotting against him, which, to be fair, they eventually were. His behavior became so erratic that governing Bavaria became nearly impossible. By 1886, Ludwig's ministers had had enough. They commissioned a psychiatric evaluation, though calling it an evaluation is generous. 4 psychiatrists, led by Dr. Bernhard von Guden, examined reports about Ludwig's behavior and declared him insane without ever actually meeting or examining him. Based entirely on witness testimony and written accounts, they diagnosed him with paranoia, which in the medical terminology of the time essentially meant any form of serious mental illness. The diagnosis gave the Bavarian government the legal justification they needed to remove Ludwig from power. On June 10, 1886, a commission arrived at Neuschwanstein to take Ludwig into custody. He was brought to Berg Castle on Lake Starnberg and placed under Dr. Gooden's supervision. 3 days later, on June 13th, both Ludwig and Dr. Gooden went for a walk along the lake shore. Neither returned alive. Their bodies were found in shallow water near the shore. The official verdict was that Ludwig drowned himself and that Gooden died trying to prevent this, but the evidence didn't really support this conclusion. Ludwig was found in water barely waist deep, and Gooden had marks on his body suggesting a struggle. Many historians believe Ludwig was trying to escape, that there was a physical confrontation, and that both men died in the struggle, though whether accidentally or through more sinister means remains debated. Ludwig's death at age 40 was tragic, but in some ways his story was less tragic than his brother's. Prince Otto of Bavaria, Ludwig's younger brother, suffered from mental illness even more severe than Ludwig's and lived a far longer and sadder life. Otto was born in April 1848, 2 years after Ludwig. As children, the brothers were close, though Otto was always considered the cheerier, more outgoing of the two. But as Otto grew into adolescence, something began to go terribly wrong. Otto started showing signs of mental illness in his late teens. He would stare off into space during meetings, unresponsive to questions or comments. He had episodes where he became agitated and violent for no apparent reason. His personality changed dramatically, the cheerful boy disappearing behind increasing paranoia and fear. The situation worsened dramatically after Otto served in the Franco-Prussian War in 1870 and 1871. The experience of combat, of seeing death and violence firsthand, seemed to shatter whatever fragile mental stability Otto had maintained. He returned from the war deeply traumatized and never recovered. By 1873, when Otto was only 25 years old, his condition had deteriorated so severely that he was placed in isolation at Nymphenburg Palace. He would spend the next 43 years confined there, his world reduced to a few rooms in the palace's southern pavilion. He was attended by Dr. Bernhard von Gooden, the same psychiatrist who would later diagnose Ludwig and die with him at Lake Starnberg. Gooden diagnosed Otto with schizophrenia, though some historians have suggested the diagnosis was politically motivated and that Otto might have been suffering from severe post-traumatic stress disorder that was never properly treated. Otto's daily life was a nightmare of isolation and delusion. He had hallucinations, both visual and auditory. He heard voices that commanded him to do things or accused him of crimes he hadn't committed. He experienced paranoid delusions, believing that people were trying to poison him or that invisible enemies were plotting his death. During lucid moments, he understood what was happening to him and reportedly wept at his own condition, begging doctors to help him. But in the 1870s, psychiatry had no effective treatments for serious mental illness. Otto received no medication, no therapy, just confinement and observation. There was one bizarre incident in 1875 that highlighted just how far gone Otto was. During a Corpus Christi Mass at the Frauenkirche in Munich, Otto, who hadn't been at the church service, suddenly burst into the building wearing hunting clothes. He rushed down the aisle and fell to his knees before Archbishop Gregor von Schur, begging forgiveness for unspecified sins. The congregation was shocked. Guards quickly removed Otto from the church and returned him to his confinement at Nymphenburg. The incident became part of Munich legend, whispered about in taverns and drawing rooms as evidence of the Wittelsbach family's troubled bloodline. When Ludwig died in 1886, Otto technically became king of Bavaria. But, of course, a man who thought invisible demons were trying to kill him couldn't actually rule a kingdom. Otto's uncle Luitpold became regent, effectively ruling in Otto's name, while Otto remained locked in his rooms at Nymphenburg. This arrangement continued for decades. Luitpold ruled as regent until his death in 1912 at age 91. He was succeeded as regent by his son, also named Ludwig, who finally ran out of patience with the charade. In November 1913, Bavaria's constitution was amended to allow the regent to remove an incapacitated king and take the throne himself. The very next day, Ludwig deposed his cousin Otto and became King Ludwig III. Otto, who had been technically King of Bavaria for 27 years without ever knowing it or exercising any authority, was informed that he was no longer king. Whether he understood or cared is unknown. He continued living in his isolation at Nymphenburg, smoking dozens of cigarettes per day and living in his fractured reality, until October 1916, when he died of a stomach hemorrhage at age 68. Otto's story raises uncomfortable questions about the Wittelsbach family. Both brothers, Ludwig and Otto, showed signs of serious mental illness. Their mother Marie had been described as melancholic and emotionally unstable. Several other Wittelsbach relatives across different generations displayed similar patterns of mood disorders, paranoia, and psychological fragility. This wasn't a coincidence. This was genetics, the accumulated result of generations of marriages between families that shared too much DNA. The Wittelsbachs hadn't inbred as systematically as the Spanish Habsburgs, but they'd done enough damage to produce a 19th-century royal family where madness was almost expected. Some defenders of the Wittelsbachs have argued that Ludwig and Otto inherited their mental illness from their mother Marie, who was Prussian, not Bavarian. This argument conveniently shifts blame away from the Wittelsbach bloodline, but it ignores the broader pattern. Mental illness appeared throughout the Wittelsbach family tree in multiple branches across several generations. Marie's family, the Prussian royals, also had their share of inbreeding and resulting genetic problems. What happened when these two already damaged bloodlines combined? They produced sons who couldn't function in the real world, who built fantasy castles or cowered from hallucinations, who ultimately became cautionary tales about the cost of keeping royal blood too concentrated. Moving from Bavaria to Portugal, we find another royal family where inbreeding produced devastating mental health consequences. Maria I of Portugal, who ruled from 1777 to 1816, provides one of the clearest examples of how genetic damage manifests as psychiatric disorder. Maria was born in 1734, the daughter of Joseph I of Portugal and Mariana Victoria of Spain. Her parents were not particularly closely related by royal standards, but they still shared enough common ancestors to make their union technically consanguineous. Completing the tableau, her parents linked their hands. Maria married her uncle Pedro III of Portugal in 1760. This uncle-niece marriage was becoming almost routine among European royalty by this point. Another instance of families choosing political convenience over genetic health. Maria and Pedro had 6 children together, though only 3 survived to adulthood. Another pattern we've seen repeatedly in inbred royal families. Maria became queen when her father died, ruling jointly with her husband until Pedro's death in 1786. For the first part of her reign, Maria seemed relatively stable. She was pious, devoted to the Catholic Church to a degree that some found excessive but not pathological. She was politically conservative, reversing many of the reforms her father had implemented. She took her religious duties seriously, perhaps too seriously, but in ways that seemed merely very devout rather than mentally ill. Then, starting in 1786, everything began to fall apart. Pedro's death affected Maria deeply, but that was only the beginning. Her eldest son died suddenly at 1788. Her confessor, a man she relied on for spiritual guidance, died shortly after. These losses, coming in rapid succession, triggered something in Maria's mind. She began experiencing what contemporary accounts called melancholy, which in modern terms was almost certainly a major depressive disorder, with possible psychotic features. She would spend days in bed, unable to move, consumed by overwhelming sadness. She stopped attending to state business. She stopped caring about her appearance or eating regular meals. But the depression was only part of Maria's condition. She also developed severe anxiety and paranoid delusions. She became convinced that she was damned, that she had committed unforgivable sins and would burn in hell for eternity. No amount of reassurance from priests or family members could convince her otherwise. She would wake up screaming from nightmares about demons coming to drag her to hell. She heard voices, possibly auditory hallucinations, telling her that she was evil and deserved punishment. She became obsessed with death and judgment, unable to think about anything else. Maria's symptoms would periodically improve and then relapse, a pattern consistent with what we now recognize as bipolar disorder. She would have periods of relative stability where she could attend to some royal duties, followed by crashes into severe depression or spikes of manic anxiety. The pattern was unpredictable, making it impossible for her to reliably govern. In 1792, her son John became Prince Regent, effectively taking over the day-to-day governance of Portugal, while Maria retained her title but not her authority. In a desperate attempt to help the Queen, the Portuguese court contacted Dr. Francis Willis, an English physician who had successfully treated King George III of England during one of his episodes of madness. Willis traveled to Lisbon in 1792 to examine Maria. His diagnosis, translated into modern terminology, was likely major depressive disorder with psychotic features, possibly bipolar disorder. His treatments, which included the usual 18th century approaches of bloodletting, cold baths, and restraints, unsurprisingly, did nothing to help. Maria's condition continued to deteriorate. By the early 1800s, Maria was completely incapacitated by her mental illness. She couldn't make decisions, couldn't attend ceremonies, couldn't fulfill any of the ceremonial or practical functions of a monarch. When Napoleon invaded Portugal in 1807, the royal family fled to Brazil, taking Maria with them. She spent her final years in Brazil, confined to her quarters, largely unaware of where she was or what was happening. She died in 1816 at age 81, having lived the last 24 years of her life in the fog of severe mental illness. Maria's mental health problems weren't unique in her family. Two of her sisters showed similar patterns of depression, anxiety, and possible psychotic symptoms. This clustering of mental illness within the family strongly suggests a genetic component, likely exacerbated by the consanguinity in their family tree. The Portuguese royal family, like most European dynasties, had practiced cousin marriage for generations. By Maria's time, the genetic consequences were manifesting not just in physical problems, but in shattered minds. The connection between inbreeding and mental illness in royal families was becoming harder to ignore by the 19th century. Though most people still didn't understand the mechanism. They could see that certain families seemed prone to madness, that mental instability ran in bloodlines, but without knowledge of genetics, they couldn't explain why. Some attributed it to divine curse or moral failing. Others vaguely recognized that marrying too closely within families might be problematic, but couldn't articulate exactly why. Scientific research in the 21st century has confirmed what these royal families demonstrated so tragically. Inbreeding increases the risk of recessive genetic disorders, including those affecting brain chemistry and structure. When both parents carry genes for conditions like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or major depressive disorder, the risk of these conditions manifesting in their children increases significantly. The genes don't necessarily cause mental illness directly, but they create vulnerabilities, increase susceptibility, make the brain less stable and more prone to malfunction under stress. Consider the case of the Spanish Bourbons, the dynasty that replaced the Spanish Habsburgs after Charles II died without heirs. You'd think that bringing in a new family line would help, that fresh blood would reduce the genetic damage. But the Bourbons brought their own problems, and they quickly fell into the same pattern of cousin marriages that had destroyed the Habsburgs. Within a few generations, the Spanish Bourbons were showing clear signs of genetic damage, including serious mental illness. Philip V, the first Bourbon king of Spain, showed symptoms consistent with bipolar disorder. He had periods of intense energy where he would make grand plans and embark on ambitious projects, followed by crashes into deep depression where he couldn't get out of bed for weeks. He became obsessed with religious minutiae, spending hours in prayer and confession. His behavior became increasingly erratic and unpredictable, making governance difficult. His son Ferdinand VI inherited similar problems, suffering from what was almost certainly bipolar disorder, with even more severe symptoms than his father. Researchers analyzing the genealogy of the early Spanish Bourbons found high levels of consanguinity in their family tree. Philip V's parents were related. His grandparents had married within the family, and the pattern continued in subsequent generations. The inbreeding coefficient for Ferdinand VI was particularly high, comparable to what you'd see in the offspring of first cousins. Modern psychiatric analysis of historical records suggests that both Philip and Ferdinand suffered from inherited bipolar disorder, a condition whose genetic risk factors were concentrated through generations of cousin marriages. Interestingly, Philip's son Charles III, who was born to a different, unrelated mother, showed no signs of the mental illness that plagued his father and half-brother. This natural experiment within one family demonstrates the role of genetics clearly. Same father, different mothers, dramatically different mental health outcomes. The mother who wasn't related to Philip V produced a mentally healthy son. The mother who was related produced sons with serious psychiatric disorders. The evidence was right there in the family tree, though nobody at the time understood what it meant. Moving to England, we find King George III, whose mental illness became so famous that it defined how people thought about him for centuries. George was born in 1738 to Frederick, Prince of Wales, and Princess Augusta of Saxe-Gotha. The Hanover family, which had inherited the British throne earlier in the century, had the usual collection of royal intermarriages in their background. George himself married Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, who was distantly related to him through various German royal connections. Not close enough to be scandalous, but close enough to share some genetic material. George III had his first major episode of mental illness in 1765, when he was in his mid-20s. He became withdrawn, confused, and agitated. The episode resolved on its own after a few weeks, and George returned to normal functioning. But in 1788, he had a much more severe episode that lasted months and threatened his ability to rule. He became manic, talking nonstop for hours until foam came out of his mouth. His speech became rapid and incoherent, jumping from topic to topic without logical connection. He made inappropriate sexual advances to ladies of the court. He became convinced of things that weren't true, displaying clear delusions. The 1788 episode was so severe that Parliament nearly passed a Regency Act to remove George from power and install his son as regent. But George recovered, suddenly and dramatically, after Dr. Francis Willis treated him with restraints, cold baths, and verbal discipline that was basically psychological torture. Whether Willis actually helped or whether George simply entered a period of remission is debatable, but Willis got the credit, and George kept his throne. For the next 2 decades, George had periodic episodes of mania or depression, but they were usually brief enough that he could continue governing. Then, starting around 1810, his mental state deteriorated permanently. He became increasingly delusional, experiencing both visual and auditory hallucinations. He talked to people who weren't there. He believed he was married to a woman who didn't exist. He became convinced he could see through walls or talk to dead relatives. His son finally became Prince Regent in 1811, taking over governance while George lived out his remaining years in isolation at Windsor Castle. George died at 1820, blind, deaf, and completely detached from reality. For decades, the standard explanation for George's madness was porphyria, a rare genetic disorder that can cause neurological symptoms. This diagnosis was based on reports that George's urine sometimes appeared blue or purple, a potential symptom of porphyria. But modern researchers examining the historical evidence have largely rejected the porphyria diagnosis. The symptoms don't quite fit. and the urine discoloration was probably caused by medicines George was taking, particularly those containing gentian, which can turn urine blue. The current consensus among psychiatric historians is that George III suffered from bipolar disorder, possibly with psychotic features. The pattern of his illness, the manic episodes alternating with depressive ones, the delusions and hallucinations during severe episodes, all point to a diagnosis of severe bipolar disorder. And where did this come from? Almost certainly genetics, concentrated through generations of royal intermarriage. George's family tree, when traced back several generations, shows the usual pattern of cousins marrying cousins, of genetic pools that never quite expanded enough to dilute problematic genes. The tragedy of these mentally ill monarchs extends beyond their personal suffering. Their conditions affected millions of people who lived under their rule. When a king is too depressed to make decisions, wars go unfought, or worse, get fought unnecessarily. When a queen is paranoid and delusional, she makes appointments based on her hallucinations rather than competence. When a regent is needed because the rightful monarch is institutionalized, it creates succession crises and power struggles that can tear kingdoms apart. The personal became political in the most destructive ways possible. Christian VII of Denmark provides another striking example of how mental illness in monarchs creates chaos far beyond the palace walls. Christian was born in 1749 to Frederick V of Denmark and Louise of Great Britain, who were first cousins once removed. Not extremely close by royal standards, but close enough to concentrate certain genetic vulnerabilities. From childhood, Christian was described as nervous, easily frightened, and prone to violent mood swings. His tutors despaired of teaching him anything, noting that he couldn't focus, wouldn't listen, and seemed to live in his own world. Christian became king in 1766 at age 17, far too young given his mental state. Within months, it was clear that something was seriously wrong. He developed nervous tics that made him jerk and twitch unpredictably. He had outbursts of inappropriate laughter during solemn ceremonies. He would slap himself repeatedly in the face during royal dinners, seemingly compelled by some internal force he couldn't control. He became obsessed with masturbation, doing it openly in court and talking about it constantly, behavior that shocked even the relatively jaded Danish nobility. Christian's mental deterioration continued rapidly. He began having full hallucinations, seeing things and people that weren't there. He would carry on conversations with empty air. He became paranoid, convinced that courtiers were plotting to poison him. He refused to bathe, claiming that water was contaminated. His behavior became so erratic and disturbing that by age 19, he was essentially incapable of ruling. The Danish government brought in a German physician named Johann Friedrich Struensee to manage Christian's care, and not coincidentally to actually run the country while Christian sat on the throne drooling. Struensee took advantage of his position to implement progressive reforms, including freedom of the press and abolition of torture. He also began an affair with Christian's wife, Queen Caroline Matilda, who was both young and deeply unhappy in her marriage to a madman. The affair produced a child, a daughter who almost certainly wasn't Christian's. Meanwhile, Christian seemed barely aware of what was happening around him. He signed whatever documents were put in front of him. He attended ceremonies like a puppet, moved into position and left there until someone retrieved him. In 1772, conservative nobles had enough of Struensee's reforms and his affair with the Queen. They staged a coup, arrested Struensee, and executed him. Caroline Matilda was exiled. Christian remained king in name but was kept in isolation for the rest of his life, carefully managed and hidden from public view. He lived until 1808, dying at age 59 after decades of complete psychological collapse. His son Frederick ruled as regent and then as king, trying to repair the damage caused by his father's mental illness and the political chaos it enabled. What's particularly disturbing about Christian's case is how young he was when his mental health collapsed. Most of these other monarchs showed signs of problems in adulthood. Christian was visibly disturbed as a child and completely non-functional by his late teens. This suggests a particularly severe genetic loading, a concentration of problematic genes that manifested early and catastrophically. His parents' consanguinity, combined with generations of Danish royal intermarriage before them, created a perfect storm of genetic vulnerability that Christian's brain couldn't survive. Looking across all these cases, certain patterns emerge. Mental illness in royal families wasn't rare or exceptional. It was common, almost expected. Multiple members of the same family would show similar symptoms, suggesting strong genetic components. The symptoms often worsened across generations, as if the genetic damage accumulated with each round of cousin marriages. And the impact extended far beyond the individual's suffering, affecting entire kingdoms and populations. The human cost is almost impossible to calculate. How many of these people, born into privilege and power, spent their lives in psychological torment they couldn't escape? How many were locked away, hidden from public view, living out decades in isolation because their families were ashamed of them? How many potentially could have lived relatively normal lives if they'd been born into families with healthier genetic diversity, if their ancestors had married outside the narrow circle of European royalty? And what about the people they ruled? How many wars were lost or won because a mentally ill king made impulsive decisions during a manic episode? How many good policies were never implemented because a depressed queen couldn't muster the energy to govern? How many talented administrators were passed over in favor of incompetent ones because a paranoid monarch trusted delusions over reality? The genetic disasters of royal inbreeding didn't just destroy individual lives, they shaped history, usually for the worse. By the late 19th century, as scientific understanding of heredity began to improve, some royal families started to recognize the problem. Marriages to commoners, once unthinkable, began to occur more frequently. Royal houses started looking outside their traditional circles for marriage partners. The practice of first-cousin marriage became less common, though it didn't disappear entirely. But for families like the Wittelsbachs, the Hanoverians, and the later Habsburgs, the recognition came too late. The genetic damage was already done, written into their bloodlines and manifesting in generation after generation of mentally unstable rulers. The irony is almost unbearable. These families married their cousins to preserve their power, to keep control within trusted bloodlines, to prevent outsiders from diluting their royal essence. Instead, they created dynasties of madmen and broken women, rulers who couldn't rule, monarchs who were monarchs in name only while regents did the actual work of government. They thought they were protecting their families. They were destroying them, one carefully arranged cousin marriage at a time. If the physical deformities were visible and the mental collapse was dramatic, there was another consequence of royal inbreeding that was almost worse, because it was invisible until the moment blood started flowing and wouldn't stop. Hemophilia, the royal disease, didn't announce itself with a misshapen jaw or erratic behavior. It lurked in the genetics of European royalty, passed down through the female line, waiting to manifest in sons who could bleed to death from a minor injury. And it all started with one woman, one spontaneous mutation in the most powerful monarch of the 19th century. Her name was Queen Victoria, and she became the grandmother of Europe in more ways than one. She didn't just spread her descendants across the continent through strategic marriages. She spread a genetic time bomb that would kill her grandchildren and help topple empires. Victoria became Queen of the United Kingdom in 1837 at age 18, inheriting a throne that had been tarnished by the excesses and scandals of previous monarchs. She would reign for 63 years, presiding over the height of British imperial power and transforming the monarchy into something more respectable, more middle-class in its values, more focused on family and duty. She married her first cousin, Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, in 1840, a love match that also happened to be politically convenient and genetically risky. Together, they would have 9 children who survived to adulthood, and those 9 children would marry into virtually every royal house in Europe. Victoria and Albert's marriage was unusually happy by royal standards, though it had the usual consanguinity issues that plagued European royalty. They were first cousins, sharing a set of grandparents, which meant their children inherited genetic material that was more similar than it should have been. But the real problem wasn't the genes Victoria and Albert shared. It was the gene that Victoria carried alone, a mutation that appeared either spontaneously in her or possibly came from her father, who was 51 when Victoria was conceived. Advanced paternal age is known to increase the risk of genetic mutations, and Victoria's father, Prince Edward, Duke of Kent, fits that profile. The mutation affected the gene for clotting factor IX, a protein essential for blood coagulation. Normal blood contains multiple clotting factors that work together to seal wounds and stop bleeding. When one of these factors is missing or deficient, blood cannot clot properly, leading to prolonged bleeding from cuts, spontaneous internal bleeding, and potentially fatal hemorrhages from even minor injuries. This condition is called hemophilia, and it's inherited in a specific pattern. The gene is located on the X chromosome, one of the 2 sex chromosomes. Women have 2 X chromosomes, so if one carries the hemophilia mutation, the other usually provides enough normal clotting factor to prevent symptoms. Men have 1 X chromosome and 1 Y chromosome, so if their single X chromosome carries the hemophilia mutation, they have no backup. They will have hemophilia. This inheritance pattern meant that Victoria, who had 2 X chromosomes, was a carrier without symptoms. She could pass the mutated gene to her children, both sons and daughters. Her sons, who inherited the mutated X chromosome, would have hemophilia. Her daughters, who inherited it, would be carriers like their mother, able to pass it on to the next generation. It was a genetic lottery, and Victoria's children and grandchildren would pay the price for generations. The first sign that something was wrong came with Victoria's 8th child, Prince Leopold, born in 1853. From early childhood, Leopold was fragile in ways that worried his parents. He bruised incredibly easily, developing massive purple and black bruises from bumps that wouldn't even mark a normal child. He had episodes of bleeding that lasted for days, blood oozing from minor cuts long after they should have healed. He experienced painful swelling in his joints as blood leaked into the spaces around his knees, elbows, and ankles. By the time Leopold was a teenager, the pattern was unmistakable. He had hemophilia, a condition that was rare enough in the general population that most doctors had never seen a case. Leopold's hemophilia made his childhood a nightmare of restriction and fear. He couldn't play rough games with his siblings. He couldn't ride horses or engage in the physical activities expected of a Victorian prince. A simple fall could mean days or weeks of bleeding, pain, and danger. His mother Victoria watched him with constant anxiety, knowing that any accident could be fatal. She consulted the best doctors in Britain, but 19th century medicine had no treatment for hemophilia. There was no factor IX replacement, no way to make blood clot properly. Doctors could only watch and hope the bleeding stopped on its own before the patient bled to death. Despite the constant danger, Leopold survived to adulthood. He attended Oxford University, became involved in politics and the arts, and married Princess Helena of Waldeck and Pyrmont when he was 29. The marriage produced 2 children, including a daughter who was a hemophilia carrier, like her grandmother Victoria. But Leopold's luck ran out in 1884 when he was 30 years old. He slipped and fell on yacht in Cannes, France. The fall wasn't severe, but it caused internal bleeding that Leopold's body couldn't stop. He died within hours, bleeding internally from an injury that would have been trivial for someone with normal clotting. Leopold's death was tragic for his family, but it was also a warning of what was to come. Because while Leopold was Victoria's only son with hemophilia, 2 of her daughters were carriers who would pass the gene to their own children. Princess Alice and Princess Beatrice both carried the mutation, and their marriages would spread hemophilia across the royal families of Germany, Russia, and Spain, with devastating consequences. Alice, Victoria's third child, married Louis IV, Grand Duke of Hesse and by Rhine, in 1862. Louis was a German royal from a family that had practiced its own share of cousin marriage over the generations. Alice and Louis had 7 children together, and the hemophilia gene manifested in multiple ways across their offspring. Their son Frederick died at age 2 from a hemophilia bleed after falling from a window. 2 of their daughters, Irene and Alix, were carriers. These 2 young women would carry Victoria's genetic curse into 2 more royal families, with results that would help reshape European history. Irene married her first cousin, Prince Henry of Prussia, continuing the pattern of consanguinity that made genetic problems more likely to appear. They had 3 sons together, and 2 of them had hemophilia. Prince Waldemar and Prince Henry both suffered from the bleeding disorder, experiencing the same cycle of injuries, bleeding, pain, and fear that had defined their great-uncle Leopold's life. Both sons survived to adulthood, but their hemophilia was severe enough to cause chronic health problems and limit their activities. Prince Waldemar, the last known carrier of Victoria's hemophilia mutation to survive in the Prussian line, died in 1945 during World War II, outliving both Hitler and Mussolini, but dying in a world his great-great-grandmother Victoria wouldn't have recognized. But it was Alice's other carrier daughter, Alix, who would carry hemophilia into the most dramatic and historically significant situation. Alix was born in 1872, a pretty child who grew into a beautiful but reserved young woman. She met Nicholas Romanov, heir to the Russian throne, in 1884, when she was 12 and he was 16. They fell in love, one of the rare genuine love matches in royal circles, and married in 1894, just after Nicholas became Tsar Nicholas II of Russia. Alix became Empress Alexandra Feodorovna, consort to the ruler of the largest empire on earth. Alexandra knew she was a hemophilia carrier. She had watched her brother Frederick die from the disease. She had seen the suffering it caused. When she married Nicholas, she lived in terror of having a son who would inherit hemophilia. And yet, sons were exactly what Russia needed. The Romanov succession laws required a male heir. Alexandra's duty was to produce that heir. Genetic risk be damned. She gave birth to 4 daughters, first one after another, each pregnancy bringing hope that this child would be the son Russia demanded, and fear about what that son's genetics might be. In 1904, Alexandra finally gave birth to a boy, Alexei Nikolaevich Romanov, the long-awaited heir to the Russian throne. Within hours of birth, it was clear that Alexandra's worst fears had been realized. Alexei's umbilical cord bled excessively after it was cut, blood flowing for hours when it should have stopped within minutes. The baby had hemophilia, inheriting the mutated gene from his mother and his grandmother Victoria. The imperial family was devastated, but they kept the news secret. Russia couldn't know that their future Tsar was a hemophiliac, that the boy expected to lead the empire one day might not even survive to adulthood. Alexei's childhood was defined by his disease in ways that would have profound political consequences. He was an active, curious, mischievous boy who loved to play and explore, but he couldn't be allowed to be a normal child because normal childhood activities were potentially fatal for him. He couldn't roughhouse with other children, he couldn't ride horses or play sports. He needed constant supervision to prevent injuries that would lead to bleeding episodes. Despite all precautions, accidents happened regularly. A bump, a fall, even a sudden movement could cause internal bleeding, usually in his joints or deep tissues. These bleeding episodes were agonizing. Blood would leak into Alexei's knee or ankle or elbow, causing the joint to swell grotesquely. The pressure from the accumulated blood created intense pain that lasted for days or weeks. Alexei would scream in agony, begging his parents to help him, but there was nothing they could do. 19th and early 20th century medicine had no treatment for hemophilia. Doctors could only provide opium for pain and hope the bleeding stopped on its own before permanent damage occurred. Some of Alexei's bleeding episodes caused permanent joint damage, leaving him with a limp and chronic pain, even between acute episodes. The emotional toll on Alexandra was crushing. She felt personally responsible for her son's suffering, guilty that she had passed this terrible disease to him. She became obsessed with finding anyone who could help Alexei, willing to try any treatment, any therapy, any promise of relief. This desperation made her vulnerable to charlatans and mystics who claimed they could heal the air, and into this vulnerable situation walked Grigory Rasputin, a Siberian peasant, who claimed to have healing powers. Rasputin entered the imperial family's life around 1905, introduced by court connections who believed he might help Alexei. Nobody knows exactly what Rasputin did during Alexei's bleeding episodes, but whatever it was, it seemed to work. Multiple times when Alexei was in crisis, bleeding internally and screaming in pain, Rasputin would be called to the palace. He would spend time with the boy, sometimes just sitting with him and talking, sometimes praying, sometimes just being calmly present. And often, after Rasputin's visits, Alexei's condition would improve. The bleeding would stop, the pain would ease, the crisis would pass. Modern medical experts have theories about why Rasputin's intervention seemed effective. One possibility is that Rasputin kept doctors away from Alexei, and the doctor's treatments, particularly aspirin, which was commonly prescribed for pain, actually made bleeding worse because aspirin inhibits clotting. Another theory is that Rasputin's calm presence helped reduce Alexei's anxiety and stress, which can affect bleeding by influencing blood pressure and vessel constriction. A third possibility is simple coincidence, that Alexei's bleeding episodes were stopping on their own, and Rasputin just happened to be there when they resolved. Whatever the explanation, Alexandra became convinced that Rasputin could save her son, and she gave him increasing influence over her and her family. Rasputin's growing power at court became a political disaster for the Romanovs. He was crude, vulgar, and openly corrupt, using his connection to the imperial family to advance his friends and punish his enemies. He influenced government appointments, getting incompetent allies placed in important positions. He meddled in military decisions during World War I, supporting strategies that made no military sense. The Russian nobility and public came to despise Rasputin, seeing him as a symbol of everything wrong with the imperial family. The fact that he was there because of Alexei's hemophilia wasn't widely known. The family kept that secret, but people could see that the empress trusted this peasant mystic more than she trusted experienced ministers and generals. The Rasputin situation fed into growing revolutionary sentiment in Russia. The imperial family seemed out of touch, incompetent, dominated by superstition and backwardness, while the country struggled through World War I. Rasputin's assassination in December 1916 removed him from the scene, but the damage was done. The monarchy's legitimacy was shattered. When revolution came in February 1917, the Romanovs had no support left. Nicholas abdicated. The family was arrested, and they were eventually imprisoned in Yekaterinburg in the Ural Mountains. On July 17, 1918, Bolshevik revolutionaries murdered the entire imperial family in the basement of the house where they were imprisoned. Nicholas, Alexandra, their 5 children, including Alexei, and several servants were shot and bayoneted to death, their bodies dumped in an abandoned mine shaft and eventually buried in unmarked graves. Alexei died at age 13, his hemophilia rendered irrelevant by bullets. The Romanov dynasty ended not because of hemophilia directly, but hemophilia had played its part, bringing Rasputin into the family's life and contributing to the political chaos that made revolution possible. The story of the Romanovs and hemophilia has an epilogue that connects directly to modern genetics. The location of the family's remains was unknown for decades, though rumors and speculation persisted. In 1991, after the fall of the Soviet Union, a grave site was discovered near Yekaterinburg containing 9 bodies. DNA testing confirmed that these were members of the imperial family, but 2 bodies were missing, Alexei and one of his sisters. In 2007, another grave site was found containing 2 more bodies, bone fragments, burned and badly damaged. These were believed to be the missing Romanov children. Genetic testing in 2009 provided definitive proof. Researchers extracted DNA from the bone fragments and compared it to DNA from known Romanov relatives. They also tested specifically for hemophilia genes, looking for the mutation on the X chromosome that would have caused Alexei's disease. What they found was fascinating. Alexei had hemophilia B, caused by a mutation in the factor IX gene. This was actually rarer than hemophilia A, which is caused by a different clotting factor deficiency. The specific mutation was identified, confirming that Victoria's family carried hemophilia B, and that this was the disease that had plagued her descendants. The testing also revealed that one of Alexei's sisters, either Maria or Anastasia based on which set of remains was which, was also a carrier of the hemophilia mutation. This meant she could have passed it on to future generations if she had survived and had children. The disease that started with a mutation in Victoria would have continued spreading through European royalty, though the murder of the Romanovs ended that particular branch. But the Romanov story wasn't the end of Victoria's hemophilia legacy. Remember that Victoria had another daughter who was a carrier. Princess Beatrice, Victoria's youngest child, married Prince Henry of Battenberg and had 4 children. One of those children was Victoria Eugenie, known as Ina, who would carry hemophilia into yet another royal family with tragic results. Ina was born in 1887, a pretty girl who grew up knowing about the hemophilia in her family, but perhaps not fully understanding what it meant. In 1906, when she was 19, she married King Alfonso XIII of Spain. Alfonso was himself the product of generations of royal inbreeding, born posthumously to Alfonso XII and Maria Cristina of Austria. His family tree was tangled with cousin marriages and concentrated bloodlines, but at least it didn't carry hemophilia. That changed with his marriage to Ina. Ina's wedding to Alfonso should have been a joyous occasion, but it started under ominous circumstances. As the wedding procession traveled through Madrid, an anarchist threw a bomb at the royal carriage. The bomb missed the carriage but killed several bystanders and horses. Ina's wedding dress was splattered with blood from the victims, a gruesome beginning to a marriage that would be marked by blood and tragedy. Ina and Alfonso had 7 children together, and the hemophilia gene manifested in devastating ways. Their first son, Alfonso, Prince of Asturias and heir to the Spanish throne, had hemophilia. Their second son, Jaime, was deaf and later renounced his succession rights. Their third son, Gonzalo, also had hemophilia. 2 sons out of 7 having a disease that appeared in roughly 50% of male children born to carrier mothers was exactly what genetics would predict. But that statistical accuracy was cold comfort to a family watching their sons suffer. The 2 hemophiliac princes, Alfonso and Gonzalo, grew up under the same restrictions and fears that had defined their great-great-uncle Leopold's life and their cousin Alexei's life. They couldn't play sports, couldn't engage in normal childhood activities, lived with constant supervision and anxiety about injuries. Both survived to adulthood despite their disease, but their hemophilia affected every aspect of their lives. Alfonso, the heir to the throne, struggled with the knowledge that he might be too fragile to rule, that any accident could kill him before he ever wore the crown. The Spanish public didn't initially know about the prince's hemophilia. The royal family kept it quiet, just as the Romanovs had hidden Alexei's condition. But gradually the truth leaked out, and when it did, King Alfonso blamed his wife. He publicly humiliated Ina, making it clear that he held her responsible for bringing this disease into his family. The marriage, which had never been particularly warm, became cold and hostile. Ina was isolated at court, blamed for something she couldn't control, made a scapegoat for genetic bad luck. Prince Alfonso, the heir with hemophilia, died in 1938 at age 31. He was in Miami, Florida, trying to secure a divorce from his wife when he had a minor car accident. The accident wasn't severe, barely a fender bender, but for a hemophiliac it was fatal. He began bleeding internally and died within hours, another royal life cut short by Victoria's genetic legacy. His younger brother Gonzalo died even more tragically in 1934 at age 19. He was also in a car accident, this one in Austria, and like his brother he bled to death from injuries that wouldn't have killed someone with normal clotting. The deaths of both hemophiliac sons devastated the Spanish royal family, though by that point the family had other problems. Spain had become a republic in 1931, forcing Alfonso XIII into exile. He abdicated in 1941 and died shortly after, never having returned to Spain. Ina outlived him and most of her children, dying in Switzerland in 1969 at age 81. She spent much of her later life supporting hemophilia research and organizations, trying to make something positive from the disease that had marked her entire marriage and killed 2 of her sons. Ina had 2 daughters who survived to adulthood, and both were potential hemophilia carriers, though testing wasn't available to confirm their status during their lifetimes. Neither had sons with hemophilia, suggesting either that they weren't carriers or that they were lucky in the genetic lottery. The Spanish royal hemophilia seemed to end with the deaths of Alfonso and Gonzalo, though the possibility remained that the gene could resurface in future generations if female carriers had sons. The spread of hemophilia through Victoria's descendants demonstrates exactly how dangerous royal intermarriage could be. If Victoria had married someone unrelated to her, someone from outside the tight circle of European royalty, her carrier status would have been less likely to produce affected grandchildren. If her daughters had married men from genetically distant families, the odds of their sons having hemophilia would have been reduced. But because Victoria's children married into families that were already related to the British royal family, because they married cousins and near relatives, the concentration of genetic material increased the chances of the disease manifesting. Consider the case of Tsarevich Alexei. His mother Alexandra was Victoria's granddaughter. His father Nicholas was also descended from European royalty that intermarried extensively with British royals. Nicholas and Alexandra were actually related to each other before they married, sharing common ancestors going back several generations. This meant Alexei inherited not just the hemophilia gene from his mother, but also a genetic background that was already concentrated, already showing the effects of generations of cousin marriage. His hemophilia was severe, possibly more severe than it might have been with more genetic diversity in his background. The same pattern appeared in the Spanish royal family. Ina brought the hemophilia gene to Spain, but she married into a family that was already heavily inbred, already showing genetic problems from generations of Habsburg and Bourbon intermarriage. Her sons Alfonso and Gonzalo inherited both the hemophilia mutation and a genetic background compromised by cousin marriages. Whether this made their hemophilia more severe is impossible to know, but it certainly didn't help. By the early 20th century, hemophilia had become so associated with European royalty that it was commonly called the royal disease. The general public didn't fully understand genetics or inheritance patterns, but they could see that certain royal families seemed cursed with bleeding sons. The disease became part of popular culture, mentioned in newspapers, discussed in drawing rooms, used as evidence that perhaps royal bloodlines weren't as superior as royalty claimed. If these supposedly divinely chosen families kept producing sick children, maybe inbreeding wasn't such a good idea after all. Medical researchers also took notice. Hemophilia became one of the first genetic diseases to be systematically studied, partly because affected individuals were well documented in royal family records. Researchers could trace the disease through family trees, identifying carriers and affected individuals across multiple generations. The inheritance pattern of hemophilia, passing through carrier women to affected sons, helped scientists understand how sex-linked genetic traits work. Victoria's family became a case study in medical genetics, their tragedy contributing to scientific knowledge that would eventually help develop treatments. But those treatments came too late for Victoria's descendants. Prince Leopold died in 1884, decades before any effective treatment existed. Tsarevich Alexei died in 1918, murdered before 20th-century medicine could help him. The Spanish princes Alfonso and Gonzalo died in the 1930s, still before factor replacement therapy was available. Prince Waldemar of Prussia, the last known hemophiliac in Victoria's direct line, died in 1945, just as medicine was beginning to develop treatments that might have helped him. Essentially, dying proved to be a bottom. Modern hemophilia treatment began in the 1960s with the development of factor concentrates, freeze-dried clotting factors that could be stored and injected when needed. For the first time, hemophiliac patients could treat themselves at home, injecting factors at the first sign of bleeding and preventing the days or weeks of suffering that earlier generations endured. By the 1970s and 80s, hemophilia had become a manageable chronic condition rather than a death sentence. Patients could live relatively normal lives, playing sports, having careers, starting families. But this progress came with its own tragedy. In the early 1980s, before blood supplies were routinely tested for viruses, many hemophiliacs contracted HIV and hepatitis C from contaminated factor concentrates. Thousands died from AIDS, in what became one of the worst public health disasters of the late 20th century. The hemophilia community, already marked by genetic tragedy, was devastated again by an infectious disease disaster that could have been prevented with better screening. By the late 20th century, genetic testing made it possible to determine whether women were hemophilia carriers before they had children. This changed the calculus completely. Women who knew they carried the mutation could make informed choices about reproduction, could use prenatal testing to determine if male fetuses had hemophilia, could prepare for managing the disease if they chose to have affected sons. The lottery became less random, more controllable, though still fraught with difficult decisions about selective abortion and genetic destiny. Today, no living member of European reigning royal families is known to have hemophilia or carry the gene. The disease that dominated royal medical concerns for a century has essentially disappeared from the families it once plagued. This is partly because affected individuals died without passing on the gene, partly because female carriers had daughters but no sons, and partly because modern genetic testing allowed carriers to make informed reproductive choices. The Victoria's spontaneous mutation, which terrorized her descendants for 4 generations, has been lost to time. But the historical impact of royal hemophilia extends far beyond medicine. Consider how differently history might have unfolded if Alexei hadn't had hemophilia. Would Alexandra have become dependent on Rasputin if her son had been healthy? Would the Romanov family have maintained more political credibility if they hadn't been associated with a mystic? Would the Russian Revolution have happened at the same time or in the same way if the imperial family hadn't seemed so dysfunctional? These are unanswerable questions, but they highlight how a single genetic mutation can ripple through history in unexpected ways. The same applies to the Spanish royal family. Would Alfonso XIII's marriage to Ina have been happier if their sons had been healthy? Would the Spanish monarchy have maintained more stability if the royal family hadn't been marked by tragedy and genetic disease? Would Alfonso and Gonzalo have played different roles in Spanish history if they had lived to old age? Again, impossible to answer, but worth considering. What is certain is that hemophilia caused immense personal suffering for the individuals who had it and their families. Prince Leopold spent his entire life restricted, unable to do things other people took for granted, dying young from an injury that should have been trivial. Tsarevich Alexei, experienced agonizing pain during his bleeding episodes, pain so severe he begged his parents to let him die. The Spanish princes, Alfonso and Gonzalo, both died in their prime from accidents that wouldn't have killed healthy men. The carriers, women like Alexandra and Anna, lived with guilt and blame, held responsible for passing on a disease they couldn't control. The emotional toll extended to entire families and courts. Every time a hemophiliac prince was injured, the palace would go into crisis mode. Doctors summoned, parents terrified, everyone waiting to see if this injury would be the fatal one. Court life revolved around protecting the affected heir, limiting his activities, maintaining the secrecy around his condition. The constant stress and fear affected relationships, political decisions, and daily life in ways large and small. And all of this traced back to Queen Victoria, to a spontaneous mutation that appeared in her genes or her father's genes in the early 19th century. She didn't choose to be a carrier. She didn't know until Leopold was born and his bleeding wouldn't stop. By the time she understood what she was passing on, it was too late. Most of her children were already born. Some of her daughters were already married. The gene was already spreading through European royalty, beyond her control or ability to stop it. Victoria died in 1901, having outlived both her husband and her hemophiliac son Leopold. She never knew the full extent of what her genetic legacy would mean. She never knew that her great-grandson Alexei would bleed from minor injuries, or that her great-great-grandsons in Spain would die in car accidents because their blood wouldn't clot. She never knew that some historians would partially blame her genes for the Russian Revolution, and she couldn't have imagined how one mutation would affect millions of lives across a century. The story of royal hemophilia is ultimately a story about the intersection of genetics, power, and historical contingency. A random mutation occurred, as they occasionally do, but because it occurred in someone with enormous reproductive success who married into every royal family in Europe, that mutation spread widely and had an outsized impact. If the same mutation had appeared in a peasant family, it would have been a personal tragedy, but not a historical event. Because it appeared in Queen Victoria, it helped shape the 20th century. Modern royal families learned from this disaster. Today's European royals marry commoners regularly, bringing genetic diversity into families that spent centuries avoiding it. They use genetic testing and counseling to identify potential inherited conditions. They understand that bloodline purity is a recipe for genetic disaster, not divine superiority. The lessons were learned slowly, painfully, written in the suffering of hemophiliac princes and the grief of families watching their children bleed. But they were learned, and that learning changed how royalty thinks about marriage, inheritance, and the very concept of royal blood. The last known hemophiliac in Victoria's direct line died in 1945, 80 years ago. The disease is gone from European royalty now, a historical curiosity rather than an ongoing tragedy, but its impact remains, visible in how it changed families, ended dynasties, influenced revolutions, and ultimately helped end the practice of royal inbreeding that had created so many disasters. Victoria's genetic curse became, in the end, the final proof that royal blood wasn't superior. It was just blood, subject to the same genetic rules as everyone else, and when you concentrated it too much, terrible things happened. The physical deformities destroyed bodies, the mental illness shattered minds, the bleeding disease killed princes and toppled thrones. But perhaps the most damning consequence of royal inbreeding was the simplest and most absolute: entire dynasties breeding themselves into extinction, not dying in battle or overthrown by revolution, though those came later, simply becoming unable to reproduce, watching their family lines peter out, because their bodies could no longer perform the most basic biological function. This is the story of how obsession with bloodline purity became a suicide pact written in genetics, how the very practice, meant to preserve royal families, destroyed them completely. When Charles II of Spain died in November 1700 at age 38, he didn't just die childless. He died impotent, incapable of fathering children from either of his two marriages, despite years of trying. His body, so damaged by generations of concentrated Habsburg genetics, simply couldn't produce viable sperm or perform sexually in ways that might lead to conception. The Spanish Habsburg line, one of the most powerful dynasties in European history, ended not with a bang, but with a whimper from a king who couldn't even fulfill the most basic expectation of monarchy: producing an heir. Charles's death triggered the War of the Spanish Succession, a massive European conflict that lasted from 1701 to 1714 and killed hundreds of thousands of people. Britain, Austria, the Netherlands, Portugal, and Savoy fought against France and Spain over who would inherit the Spanish throne. Cities were besieged, armies clashed across multiple continents, and the map of Europe was redrawn, all because a royal family had been too proud to marry outside their own circle, too convinced of their own superiority to recognize that they were poisoning their own bloodline. The Spanish Habsburgs weren't the only dynasty to breed themselves into extinction. They were just the most dramatic example, the clearest case study in what happens when genetic concentration reaches critical levels. But across Europe, other royal families were experiencing similar problems, watching their fertility decline, their infant mortality rates climb, and their ability to produce healthy heirs diminish with each generation of cousin marriages. Consider the Portuguese royal family, the House of Braganza, which ruled Portugal from 1640 until 1910. Researchers studying their genealogy found remarkably high levels of inbreeding, especially during the 18th and 19th centuries. The average inbreeding coefficient for Braganza monarchs was 0.053, roughly equivalent to the offspring of first cousins. Some individuals had coefficients much higher, approaching the levels seen in the Spanish Habsburgs, and the consequences were predictable and devastating. Infant mortality in the Braganza family was significantly elevated compared to the general population. Children died before their first birthday, at rates that couldn't be explained by the generally poor state of 18th century medicine. The royal children had access to the best nutrition, the best shelter, the best medical care available, yet they died at higher rates than peasant children living in unsanitary villages. The only explanation was genetics. Statistical analysis of Braganza family records showed a clear correlation between the inbreeding coefficient of parents and the survival rates of their children. The more inbred the parents, the more likely their children were to die young. But infant mortality wasn't the only problem. The Braganza males showed evidence of reduced fertility, struggling to father children even when married to healthy wives. The reproductive period, the span of years during which couples successfully produced children, was significantly shortened in highly inbred couples. Some kings and princes were completely unable to father children, their marriages remaining childless despite years of trying. Dynasty's ability to reproduce was being slowly strangled by the accumulated genetic damage of generations of cousin marriages. One particularly striking case was Maria I of Portugal, whom we discussed earlier in the context of her severe mental illness. But Maria's problems extended beyond her psychological collapse. She married her uncle Pedro III, a union that concentrated on already problematic bloodlines. They had 6 children, but only 3 survived to adulthood. The others died in infancy or childhood from various illnesses and conditions that healthier genetics might have allowed them to survive. Maria's surviving children showed their own signs of genetic damage, including the mental health problems that eventually required her son to become regent when she could no longer function. The pattern repeated across generations. High inbreeding coefficients led to reduced offspring survival, which led to smaller families, which increased pressure to intermarry to maintain succession, which further increased inbreeding coefficients in a vicious cycle that eventually threatened the dynasty's continuation. The Braganza family survived longer than the Spanish Habsburgs, partly through luck and partly because they occasionally married less closely related individuals, introducing small amounts of genetic diversity that provided temporary relief from the worst effects. But even occasional outcrossing couldn't save dynasties that had damaged their genetic foundations too severely. The fundamental problem with inbreeding isn't just that it causes obvious defects in some individuals. It's that it reduces overall fitness across the entire population, making everyone slightly less healthy, slightly less fertile, slightly more vulnerable to disease and stress. These effects accumulate over generations until the entire family line is compromised, teetering on the edge of biological collapse. The extinction of the Spanish Habsburg line provides the clearest data on this process because their genealogy is so well documented and their inbreeding was so systematic. Researchers have analyzed their family tree going back 16 generations, tracking over 3,000 individuals and calculating inbreeding coefficients for each Spanish Habsburg king. What they found was striking. The inbreeding coefficient increased steadily across generations, from 0.025 for Philip I, who founded the Spanish line, to 0.254 for Charles II, the last of the line. That final number is higher than what you'd expect from brother-sister incest, achieved through multiple generations of uncle-niece and first-cousin marriages. The researchers also found clear evidence of inbreeding, depression affecting both survival and fertility. Child mortality increased in proportion to parental inbreeding. The more closely related the parents, the more likely their children were to die before age 10. Fertility also declined, with highly inbred monarchs producing fewer children and having shorter reproductive periods than their less inbred ancestors. Charles II represented the endpoint of this process, so inbred that his body simply couldn't function well enough to reproduce. Modern genetic analysis suggests that Charles likely suffered from two specific recessive genetic disorders: combined pituitary hormone deficiency and distal renal tubular acidosis. Both conditions are rare in the general population but become more likely when both parents carry the same recessive genes. Both conditions can cause infertility, growth problems, and the various physical symptoms Charles displayed throughout his short life. His parents, Philip IV and Mariana of Austria, who were uncle and niece, both carried these genes. Charles inherited both copies of the mutated genes, one from each parent, resulting in the severe symptoms that made him unable to rule effectively or reproduce at all. But the Spanish Habsburgs weren't alone in facing extinction through inbreeding. Other dynasties experienced similar problems, sometimes ending their lines completely, other times surviving only through distant relatives or adoption of new dynasties. The pattern was always the same: generations of marrying close relatives, slowly accumulating genetic damage, eventually reaching a point where fertility dropped below replacement level and the family line ended. The ancient Egyptian Ptolemaic dynasty provides one of the earliest and most extreme examples. The Ptolemies ruled Egypt from 305 BCE until 30 BCE, practicing systematic brother-sister marriage for much of that period. This wasn't occasional or accidental incest. It was deliberate policy, based on the Egyptian tradition of pharaonic sibling marriage and the Ptolemies' desire to maintain their claim to divinity and their hold on power. They married their brothers to their sisters, generation after generation, creating levels of inbreeding that exceeded even the Spanish Habsburgs. The consequences were predictably catastrophic. Many Ptolemaic marriages produced no children at all. Others produced children who died young, or were so unhealthy they couldn't rule effectively. The dynasty limped along for 3 centuries, but by the end, they were barely holding on. Cleopatra VII, the last Ptolemaic ruler of Egypt, was herself the product of multiple generations of sibling marriage. Her parents were likely brother and sister. Her grandparents were brother and sister, the pattern repeating back through her family tree like a nightmare genealogy chart. Cleopatra is remembered as beautiful, intelligent, and charismatic, and she probably was all those things. But she also showed signs of the genetic damage that plagued her family. Medical analysis of Ptolemaic mummies and contemporary description suggest that many Ptolemies were overweight, possibly due to metabolic problems caused by inbreeding. They were prone to various health issues that limited their lifespans and vigor. Cleopatra herself married two of her brothers in succession, continuing the family tradition, though neither marriage produced surviving children. The sons she had with Julius Caesar and Mark Antony represented her only successful reproduction, and those children came from unions with men completely unrelated to her genetically damaged family. When Cleopatra died in 30 BCE, the Ptolemaic dynasty died with her. Her children with Mark Antony were either killed by the Romans or disappeared from history. Her son with Caesar, Caesarion, was murdered on Octavian's orders. The dynasty that had ruled Egypt for 3 centuries ended, because they had so systematically inbred that they had essentially destroyed their own ability to continue. Egypt became a Roman province, governed by Roman appointees. The Ptolemaic experiment in divine sibling marriage conclusively proved to be a biological disaster. But we don't need to look only at ancient dynasties to see extinction through inbreeding. Even in relatively recent history, royal families have come perilously close to ending their lines through genetic concentration. The Austrian Habsburg line, which survived longer than the Spanish branch, still showed severe problems by the 19th century. Ferdinand I, whom we discussed earlier in the context of his severe mental and physical disabilities, had no children despite being married. His disabilities, caused by generations of Habsburg intermarriage, made him incapable of ruling and apparently also incapable of reproducing. When Ferdinand abdicated in 1848, the throne passed to his nephew Franz Joseph, who became one of the longest reigning monarchs in European history. But even Franz Joseph, who was relatively more capable than Ferdinand, struggled with the Habsburg genetic legacy. He married his first cousin Elisabeth of Bavaria, continuing the family tradition of marrying close relatives. Their marriage produced 4 children, but only 2 daughters survived to adulthood. Their only son, Crown Prince Rudolf, committed suicide at age 30 in the famous Merling incident, possibly because of mental instability inherited through multiple generations of Habsburg inbreeding. Rudolf's death created a succession crisis for Austria-Hungary. Franz Joseph had no other sons, and his daughters couldn't inherit under Habsburg succession laws. The throne would have to pass to Franz Joseph's brother's line, but that branch of the family also showed signs of genetic problems. The whole dynasty was teetering on the edge of extinction, barely maintaining succession through increasingly tenuous family connections. When Franz Joseph finally died in 1916, in the middle of World War I, the empire he had ruled for 68 years was already collapsing. His great-nephew Charles inherited the throne and reigned for just 2 years before Austria-Hungary dissolved completely, the Habsburg dynasty ending not quite through biological extinction, but close enough. The Inca Empire of South America provides a non-European example of how royal incest could create political vulnerability that contributed to a dynasty's downfall. The Inca practiced royal sibling marriage as part of their religious and political ideology. The Sapa Inca, the emperor, was considered the son of the sun god and was expected to marry his full sister, the Coya, who was the daughter of the moon goddess. This cosmic pairing was meant to maintain divine purity and legitimize the Incas' rule over their vast empire. Atahualpa, the last independent Sapa Inca, was the product of this system. Born around 1497, he was the son of Inca Emperor Huayna Capac and one of his secondary wives. When Huayna Capac died, probably from smallpox introduced by European diseases spreading ahead of actual European contact, he split his empire between 2 sons. Atahualpa received the northern portion, centered on Quito, while his half-brother Huáscar received the traditional heartland around Cusco. This division led to civil war between the brothers, a conflict that Atahualpa eventually won. But Atahualpa's victory came at a terrible price. The Civil War weakened the empire just as Spanish conquistadors under Francisco Pizarro were arriving on the coast. When Pizarro and his tiny force of fewer than 200 men confronted Atahualpa's army of thousands at Cajamarca in 1532, they managed to capture the Sapa Inca through a combination of technological superiority, tactical surprise, and Atahualpa's complete underestimation of the threat they posed. Atahualpa believed in his own divine invincibility, a belief reinforced by the religious ideology that justified sibling marriage and claimed divine descent for Inca royalty. That belief made him vulnerable to conquistadors who didn't share his worldview and didn't care about his supposed divinity. Whether Atahualpa's genetic background, the product of generations of Inca sibling marriage, contributed to his strategic mistakes is impossible to determine, but the broader pattern is clear. The Inca system of royal inbreeding, like European royal inbreeding, was based on ideology that privileged bloodline purity over biological health or strategic flexibility. That ideology made the Inca vulnerable when faced with external threats that didn't respect their religious framework. Atahualpa's capture and eventual execution by the Spanish effectively ended the Inca Empire, the dynasty destroyed by a combination of European disease, military technology, and a political system that had concentrated power and genetics so narrowly that the capture of one individual could decapitate the entire empire. The historical record is full of similar examples. Dynasties that either went extinct or came close to extinction because of inbreeding. The smaller the royal family's genetic pool, the more vulnerable it became to random chance. One childless marriage, one son who died young, one daughter who couldn't inherit under succession laws, and suddenly there were no heirs. This happened repeatedly across cultures and centuries, suggesting a fundamental problem with the entire concept of hereditary monarchy when combined with restrictions on who could marry whom. Royal families tried various strategies to prevent extinction while maintaining their preference for marrying within their own class. Some allowed more distant cousin marriages, accepting second or third cousins, rather than insisting on first cousins or uncle-niece pairings. This provided some genetic relief while still keeping marriages within the extended family. Other dynasties occasionally married into lower nobility or even wealthy commoners, though this was often controversial and could create succession disputes. A few royal families adopted heirs from cadet branches or distant relatives when direct lines failed, though this too could lead to political instability. But none of these strategies fully solved the problem because they didn't address the root cause. The fundamental issue was the belief that royal blood was special, that it needed to be preserved unmixed with common blood, that genetic purity equaled superiority. This belief was based on ideology and tradition, not biology, and it directly contradicted what actually makes populations healthy: genetic diversity. Every time a royal family married close relatives to maintain bloodline purity, they were actually damaging that bloodline, making it weaker, less fertile, more prone to defects and early death. The decline in fertility was particularly insidious because it happened gradually. One generation of cousin marriage might produce healthy children. 2 generations might show minor problems, but by the 4th or 5th generation, the accumulated genetic damage would start manifesting in earnest. Fertility would drop, infant mortality would rise, adult health would decline. By the time the problems became undeniable, the damage was already done, written into the family's genes and impossible to reverse without outcrossing. Some royal families recognized the problem and adapted. The British royal family, after Queen Victoria's death in 1901, gradually moved away from cousin marriage. King Edward VII had married Princess Alexandra of Denmark, who was not closely related to him. Their son George V married Princess Mary of Teck, also not a close relative. This pattern continued through subsequent generations, with each generation marrying slightly more distantly related spouses. By the time of the current royal family, marriages to commoners have become not just acceptable, but common. bringing genetic diversity that earlier generations would have considered scandalous. Other European royal families followed similar patterns, especially after World War I destroyed several monarchies and shattered the old aristocratic order. The remaining royal families, sobered by the collapse of dynasties in Russia, Germany, and Austria-Hungary, became more flexible about marriage. They still preferred their children to marry well, but well no longer meant exclusively royal. It could mean aristocratic, or wealthy, or accomplished in some field. Genetic health, even if not explicitly stated as the reason, became more important than bloodline purity. But for some families, the recognition came too late. The Spanish Habsburgs went extinct in 1700. Their male line ended forever by their own genetic practices. The Austrian Habsburgs lost their throne in 1918, though descendants survived. The Russian Romanovs were murdered in 1918. Their direct line ended by revolution, though many disputes about surviving claimants continue. The Portuguese Braganza family lost their throne in 1910 when Portugal became a republic, though again descendants survived even if the ruling dynasty did not. In each case, inbreeding played a role in the dynasty's downfall, if not always as the direct cause, then as a contributing factor that weakened the family and made it more vulnerable to other threats. Dynasties whose members were physically and mentally compromised by genetic damage were less able to defend themselves against political challenges. Kings who couldn't father heirs created succession crises that destabilized realms. Royal families that became associated with genetic defects and mental illness lost public respect and legitimacy. The connection between inbreeding and political collapse was clearest in the Spanish Habsburg case. Charles II's inability to produce an heir directly caused a massive European war that killed hundreds of thousands and reshaped the balance of power on the continent. His physical and mental disabilities, which left him unable to govern effectively, weakened Spain during his reign and made the empire vulnerable to its rivals. The genetic disaster of the Spanish Habsburgs had direct, measurable political consequences that affected millions of lives. The Romanov case shows a more indirect but equally important connection. Alexei's hemophilia didn't directly cause the Russian Revolution, but it contributed to the political environment that made revolution possible. The influence of Rasputin, which stemmed from Alexandra's desperation to help her hemophiliac son, damaged the monarchy's reputation at a critical time. The perception that the imperial family was weak, superstitious, and dominated by a peasant mystic undermined their authority just when they needed it most. Hemophilia, a genetic consequence of royal intermarriage, played a supporting role in one of the most important political events of the 20th century. Even in cases where genetic problems didn't directly cause political collapse, they contributed to a broader erosion of the ideology that justified hereditary monarchy. If royal blood was supposed to be superior, divinely ordained, inherently better than common blood, why did it produce so many sick, disabled, mentally ill, and infertile individuals? The visible evidence of genetic damage from inbreeding contradicted the entire theoretical basis for hereditary rule. People could see that royal families were not superior. If anything, they were more prone to serious health problems than common families who married without regard for bloodline purity. This realization contributed to the decline of monarchy as a political system, particularly in Europe after World War I. The war destroyed several major monarchies and severely weakened others. In the aftermath, many Europeans questioned whether hereditary rule made sense, whether aristocratic privilege was justified, whether the old order should be restored or replaced with something more democratic and meritocratic. The genetic disasters of royal families provided ammunition for these arguments. Why should people born with hemophilia, or severe mental illness, or profound physical disabilities rule nations just because of who their parents were? The question became harder to answer when the genetic consequences of royal inbreeding were so visible and well documented. Modern genetics has vindicated what royal families learned the hard way through centuries of suffering and dynasty extinction. Inbreeding increases homozygosity, the likelihood that an individual inherits two copies of the same gene variant, one from each parent. When populations are diverse, most individuals inherit different variants from each parent, providing backup if one variant is defective. But in inbred populations, individuals are more likely to inherit the same variant from both parents, including defective variants that cause disease. This is why inbreeding increases the rates of recessive genetic disorders. Conditions like hemophilia, porphyria, various metabolic disorders, and some forms of mental illness are caused by recessive genes that only cause problems when an individual inherits two copies. In diverse populations, carriers are usually healthy because they have one good copy and one bad copy of the gene. But when carriers marry each other, or when relatives marry, and both carry the same recessive mutation, their children can inherit two bad copies and develop the condition. Inbreeding also reduces overall fitness even without causing obvious genetic diseases. Small effects on fertility, immune function, developmental stability, and other traits accumulate when populations are inbred. This is called inbreeding depression, and it affects all sexually reproducing species, from fruit flies to plants to humans. Royal families were not exempt from biological laws, though they often acted as if they were. Their preference for marrying close relatives subjected them to inbreeding depression, reducing their fitness, increasing their vulnerability, and eventually threatening their extinction. The Spanish Habsburgs provide perhaps the clearest quantitative evidence for inbreeding depression in humans. Researchers calculated that the child survival rate in the Spanish Habsburg family was only about 50%, compared to 70 to 80% in contemporary Spanish villages. This massive difference cannot be explained by environmental factors. Royal children had better nutrition, better shelter, better medical care than peasant children. The children had more time to integrate their emotions into accounts of health and well-being. The only explanation for their higher mortality was genetics. Inbreeding was killing Habsburg children at rates high enough to threaten the dynasty's survival, and indeed the dynasty did not survive. Similar patterns appeared in other royal families, though usually with less complete data. The Portuguese Braganza family showed elevated infant mortality correlated with parental inbreeding. The Russian Romanovs lost many children in infancy, despite their wealth and access to medical care. The British royal family had similar problems, with Queen Victoria losing several children and grandchildren to various illnesses that might have been connected to the family's practice of cousin marriage. Across Europe, royal children died at rates that suggested something was seriously wrong with how these families were reproducing. The irony is almost unbearable. Royal families practiced inbreeding specifically to preserve their bloodlines, to keep power within the family, to maintain what they saw as the purity and superiority of royal blood. But inbreeding had exactly the opposite effect. It damaged bloodlines, making them less viable with each generation. It threatened power by creating succession crises when heirs died or couldn't reproduce. It proved that royal blood was not superior but actually inferior when concentrated through repeated cousin marriage. The patterns and fates of consort players. Some individuals recognized this problem even before modern genetics explained the mechanism. Charles Darwin, whose own marriage to his first cousin Emma Wedgwood produced children with various health problems, worried about the effects of consanguinity. He studied inbreeding depression in plants and animals, demonstrating that outcrossing generally produced more vigorous offspring than inbreeding. He worried that his children's health problems might be related to the cousin's marriage, though he never published extensively on human inbreeding, possibly because the implications for his own family were too painful to explore publicly. Darwin's fears were justified. Analysis of the Darwin-Wedgwood family tree shows elevated rates of childhood mortality and lifelong health problems among the offspring of cousin marriages within the extended family. The Darwin children had more health issues than statistical averages would predict, suggesting that inbreeding depression affected them despite the relatively modest level of consanguinity between Charles and Emma. If first-cousin marriage could produce measurable negative effects, imagine the impact of multiple generations of closer relationships like uncle-niece marriages or the systematic sibling marriages of the Ptolemies. By the mid-20th century, most developed countries had laws discouraging or prohibiting close-related marriages based on growing understanding of genetics and public health. Many jurisdictions banned first-cousin marriage or required genetic counseling for couples who wanted to marry despite being related. These laws reflected the hard-won knowledge that inbreeding produces negative outcomes, that bloodline purity is essential for healthy populations. Royal families stripped of most of their political power and desperately trying to remain relevant in democratic societies, adapted by embracing the very practices their ancestors had scorned. They married commoners, bringing fresh genetics into their families. They abandoned the ideology of bloodline purity, recognizing that it had caused more harm than good. They accepted that genetic health mattered more than aristocratic pedigree. In doing so, they probably saved themselves from the extinction that had claimed so many earlier royal dynasties. The story of royal inbreeding and dynasty extinction carries lessons that extend beyond aristocratic families. It demonstrates that no amount of wealth, power, or ideology can overcome biological reality. It shows that practices justified by tradition or religion still have to contend with genetics and natural selection. It proves that populations need diversity to remain healthy, that closing off the gene pool leads inevitably to decline and eventual extinction. These lessons were learned slowly, painfully, written in the suffering of countless individuals who were born into families that prioritized ideology over biology. Children who died in infancy because their parents were too closely related. Princes who couldn't walk or speak because generations of ancestor marriages had damaged their development. Kings who couldn't father heirs because inbreeding had rendered them infertile. Queens who watched their sons bleed to death from minor injuries because a single genetic mutation had spread through their family tree. The extinction of the Spanish Habsburgs in 1700 marked a turning point, a moment when the consequences of systematic inbreeding became undeniable. Charles II's pathetic inability to rule or reproduce, his death without heirs, the massive war that followed, all of it demonstrated that bloodline purity was not preservation, but slow suicide. Other royal families took note, though many continued cousin marriages for another century before fully absorbing the lesson. By the early 21st century, the days of royal inbreeding were decisively over. Modern European royal families marry diverse partners, use genetic screening to identify potential inherited conditions, and prioritize the health of their children over abstract notions of bloodline purity. The disasters of the past have been relegated to history books, cautionary tales about what happens when ideology conflicts with biology. But the evidence of those disasters remain, written in genealogical records, preserved in medical histories, visible in portraits where Habsburg jaws protrude and Wittelsbach eyes stare blankly. The skeletons of royal children who died young lie in ornate tombs, their early deaths testimony to their parents' genetic mistakes. The preserved bodies of hemophiliac princes, like Tsarevich Alexei identified through DNA analysis, prove that royal blood was not divine, but all too human, subject to the same genetic rules that govern every other living creature. The ultimate consequence of royal inbreeding was extinction, the complete end of family lines that had ruled for centuries. Not every inbred dynasty went extinct, but enough did to prove the pattern. The Spanish Habsburgs ended in 1700, the Ptolemies ended in 30 BCE, the Inca royal line ended in 1533. Numerous smaller dynasties and noble families disappeared entirely, their names surviving only in historical records, their bloodlines terminated by genetic suicide. For the dynasties that survived, many did so only by abandoning the practices that had defined them for centuries. They married commoners, adopted new family members, broadened their genetic base, until they bore little genetic resemblance to their ancestors. The British royal family of the 21st century shares DNA with Queen Victoria, but through so many outcrosses that the genetic relationship is not significantly different from any other distant relative. The Habsburg descendants who exist today come from lines that married extensively outside the family after recognizing that continued inbreeding meant extinction. The age of royal inbreeding is over, ended by a combination of scientific understanding, political change, and the undeniable evidence of genetic disaster. No modern royal family would consider the systematic cousin marriage that once defined European aristocracy. No contemporary dynasty would practice uncle-niece marriage, or heaven forbid, sibling marriage, practices that were once standard policy. The ideology that justified these marriages, the belief in divine bloodlines and genetic superiority, has been thoroughly discredited by both science and historical evidence. What remains is the historical record, a centuries-long experiment in human genetics conducted without informed consent or ethical oversight. The royal families of Europe were the laboratory, their children the experimental subjects, and the results were catastrophic. Physical deformities, mental illness, hemophilia, infertility, and ultimate extinction. These were the consequences of bloodline purity taken to its logical conclusion. We remember these consequences not to mock the dead, but to learn from their suffering, to understand that genetic diversity is not corruption but essential health, and to never again mistake aristocratic ideology for biological wisdom. The dynasties that bred themselves into extinction paid the ultimate price for that mistake, and their fate stands as permanent warning to anyone tempted to believe that blood purity is anything other than a path to destruction.